Hey everyone, Kirostyle here. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So we've made it to case 3 of the second game, and personally this is my favorite case of the entire duology because I think it has the most interesting characters that are introduced. It is a long one though, so again I'll be splitting it into 2 days like the last case. But even then, it's pretty long, so I feel like each day is still going to be quite a lengthy stream, so we'll see how it goes, but it's a pretty good one, so I hope that it holds your interest. So let's get right into it then, shall we? So episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul.
The grand end-of-the-century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology, a glimpse into the future. A world first, a demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine! A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location. Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before. In but a few moments from now.
Well, this looks like it couldn't possibly go wrong, right? I mean, it's foolproof. Obvious science. Teleportation, right?
This gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one! Yes! Woo! Yes! No! Please! That's not what I wanted!
Runo, are you listening? Oh, sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper. It's full of news about the Great Exhibition today, again. Oh yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. Ah! When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here, you know, because... breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it could be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose? Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the Great Exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider, specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. Well, he's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on? Do you mean those things fly? Yes, of course they fly. They fly higher in the sky, and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. The brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? So fun fact, this London World Exhibition was actually a real event. The Great Exhibition was an actual event. It was held in Hyde Park, London, and the first one was ever held in 1851. However, this year in the game is 1900, the turn of the century. So the World Fair in 1851 in London was actually the very first one. There was another one held in 1900. However, that one took place in Paris, France. So technically, not really accurate here in terms of the dates, but we'll let it slide. Oh, and during that World Fair, they had this Crystal Palace. So in this game, they keep calling it the Crystal Tower, but in real life, it was called the Crystal Palace. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on here. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Lost cat. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo! We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated cases, the better Hurley's mood. Ah! Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please! You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say? Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. They say that if the Reaper is a prosecutor in case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues are always finding ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness. Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. Who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you'll be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the house. Alright then, Rudo, let's get going. Oh, Iris? What are you wearing? I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here, but some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Oh, she's so cute! It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. And Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well. Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Gosh, we've been sitting here for 4 hours. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around, staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. And as we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Here comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? And at best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Sogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? It's not making any sense. Never mind. And I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... And as of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runo. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please, tell me more. You described it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis. As in, moving things with the click of the fingers. That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need, a dash of devil-may-care. Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Osman, an investor and well-known figure in society. His name, Odie Osman, is a pun. It's supposed to be odious man. odious, as in the word that means extremely unpleasant. An extremely unpleasant man, an odious man. In the Japanese version, he actually had a different name. He was Elidor Mennigan, and Mennigan is a reference to a Sherlock Holmes character from A Scandal in Bohemia. But I guess they just had to change it this time for the pun. A large explosion? A man died. The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident, and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder. I feel out of my depth before I even started. Still, we should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think? Definitely. Yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zieks. How? And all sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them will all take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly! Ah! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, the crime in the capital is growing at similarly a startling rate, so it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly, the future of policing. Ah! Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. Ah! If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. What? Oh, how fascinating. I like how he says we don't have much time to investigate the case, and then he's like, let me tell you my 200-point essay. It all began 15 years ago. Oh my god. It all began 15 years ago. I was blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. He'll say that right in front of his face. Okay. See you later. I'm surprised they're not, like, wrapping up the conversation or anything. I'm just kind of leaving. Wait, I guess I could present this to him, right? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened?
I'd really like to know. Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely.
Well, thank you. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. The street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. The man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly think so. He was a man by the name of Osman, Mr. Odie Osman.
Did you say Osman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with a mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain that way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer, so he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours, man? Really? 11 hours late? That's quite something.
That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zieks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Oh, of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Hey, welcome to the stream. Okay, let's go visit our client first. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back of the corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? I love his localized name. Albert Harebrain. His Japanese name is Benjamin Dobinbo, but I think Albert Harebrain is an excellent localization. Excuse me, Professor Harebrain. So what's happened so far? We found out that the Great Exhibition's happening right now, so there's all sorts of displays on with scientific experiments and art exhibitions, and apparently there's been an explosion with one of the devices, and we've been asked to defend this guy who is accused for it. And Lord Strongheart was kind enough to reinstate our lawyer license after 6 months after Gina's trial. And Lord Van Zeeks was attacked yesterday, but apparently he's okay, but we don't really know what happened. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer! Ah, was it something I said? Ah, a lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure, after all. A man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes! You could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Osmond was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Osmond in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is, the large explosion that killed Mr. Osmond was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished, at once. But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident, simply an accident. I see. Pelly and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or a murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case was treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was a murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition showground yesterday. Yes! Oh, rather no! The devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theatre, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So, no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops. That's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it. I also like how this guy, decided to go straight to human experimentation. He didn't try it on, like, apples or mice or pencils or anything like that. He went straight for the big one. Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. Also, Hairbrain has his own musical theme, which is kind of neat. I always like the witnesses that get their own musical theme. They're always very interesting people. This case has a lot of those. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Osman. The victim who died in yesterday's experiment. In a terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Osman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research? I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Osmond provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owe everything to Mr. Osmond. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Ugh, how could this have happened? You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That. The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing, that's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Yeah, I guess there's nothing more to talk to you right now. Let's go check on our good friend. Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yes, it appears so. Ugh, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that... That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah! He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. This is our first time seeing Van Zieks outside of the courtroom, too. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Let's have a look around first, shall we? Particularly at this. Of course. Look at that fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh, well, don't blame me for it. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault? Silly me, how could I ever have thought otherwise? Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so stylish. And that's a marble chess set beside it. Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime to a bout of shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. Oh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. That's amazing. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. Ah! You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Ugh. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose. Sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Ouch, Iris! Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain! That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? You're not gonna tell us now, huh? Hey, welcome to the stream! Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? I like that slow expression that Iris made as I said that. What ridiculous notions are going through your head? Man, that's my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I like how we're basically like making fun of him, but we're standing right here. And I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. He's got literal bats here. Ah! What? They were bats. Are you Batman? Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was a familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead.
Lord Strongheart said the assault last night was some sort of revenge act. True, carried out by henchmen of Odie Osmond's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Osmond. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor, but his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used the money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
The man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual case of death.
I know about that. It was super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Osmond died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow.
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert. Albert Hairbrain.
That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
You're... What? I understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family.
It's so weird to see Van Zieks saying the name Hairbrain come out from his lips.
After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out his research. That's all.
So you were students together?
And I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days.
It's almost like Edgeworth and Larry, right? You wouldn't expect them to be friends?
And I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me.
By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We are friends, it is true.
Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Van Zieks thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
No, it was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn, but the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same thing. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
And the fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh.
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean, in a way, he's kind of like Batman, right? Or is he more like Harvey Dent? Who knows? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves as a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. And if that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper. Ah yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. I was careless of me. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor, so you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Runo. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There would be good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Ah. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you? Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow, it didn't feel like our first encounter. And don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? No, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to... The way he stood there so casually, yet the flawless posture... It couldn't be. Ah yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Oh, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out who you identified him. To find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating this case. Yes. Thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. Maybe he does care, who knows? I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turnout for the books. Mad scientist, you mean Professor Harebrain. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baroque Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with its great aristocratic origins. Ah, I didn't realize he had such noble blood. His name is Lord, so... Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learnt what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? Ah! I'm sorry, but I don't know anything more. I wasn't in the country at the time, I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine in my invention, so I know I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years! I'm a man of science, it's all I know, you have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. That's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Oh, that's cute, they're holding hands. We finally made it through the throng, so, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage, where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait. I know those voices. You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare ya. You want that big old chips rammed down your throat?
Oh geez, Gina.
Yoo-hoo, Gregsy, what are you doing up there?
Ah! Ah! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You, here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I hope you're well, your ladyship!
Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Not unbelievable, I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. For that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Now watch it, Sunshine.
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling? A merely 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Nara Otto. What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I have to charge you for all the bother, 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's the problem, eh, Otto? Diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assume you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. After years alone time, people can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Oh, that's cute. So, again, Gina Lestrade, her last name Lestrade, comes from the name of a character from the Sherlock Holmes novels. In fact, the most famous inspector in the Sherlock Holmes novels is Inspector Lestrade, although he's male. So this would be Ace Attorney's version of Inspector Lestrade, and now that she's become an inspector, she really is Inspector Lestrade. Although I have to say, I mean, we saw you 6 months ago, and you were punished for perjury, and you don't have a formal education, so how did you become like a junior inspector in 6 months? That's pretty impressive, I have to say. In Inspector, that badge is homemade, surely.
The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You'll hold the fort down here, alright?
In fact, in the Sherlock Holmes novels, Inspector Lestrade shows up more than Inspector Gregson. I think Inspector Gregson is like a minor character, but Inspector Lestrade is considered a main character. So, kind of interesting. Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. Oh, there's Gina's music there. I love her music. It's got that like right amount of like spunk, but it's got a little bit of femininity to it. Like, don't mess with me kind of thing, but also like, I'm not always a proper lady because I live on the street sort of deal. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans.
She helped all of them survive a pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective. You got it. Good. In it. Inspector Lestrade sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Oh, that's nice of you, Gina. Aw, you're so sweet. Iris. Just a small promise then. Nothing serious. Oh, Ginny. You're so sweet. So anyways, that's how I had to go with the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem. Nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Bruno? What? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still. Come on, you're still not on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Cool, you don't have to worry, Otto. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, ain't it? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Core, he was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. And it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. Yeah, considering that Gregson testified against her in court, and he basically lied to try to get her convicted for his own mission. So they probably did not start off on a good foot. So I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to do. Get this! I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching from above. No, you were so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already? Right, Iris. You have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was. How can it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke, and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? In the tower? You can see it for yourself, can't you? Up there on the scaffold. Oh, where'd all the glasses broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever, and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science? No, I tell you what. You can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up in the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob-offs here before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? So, the machine there is on the left. And then the body was found somewhere on the right in the tower. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating's off the cards for all of us. Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. What, why? What did the boss call him again? The Forensics Investigation Team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard of something like that before. I thought I could have a gander of the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down there, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair! I think you're giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto. Go on. See if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Bruno? Gregsy will listen to us. That's where the Cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success. What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident that happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Oh, maybe I have to go to it from here? Yeah. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course! Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof of the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Oh look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, while it's eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. There's a green thing on the ground in the previous place? Well, let's have a look. Oh, I think I gotta manually walk there. Okay, how do I get back? maybe oh, there. What if I do this? Okay, maybe I have to walk back afterwards. What is that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins, you see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning, but it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted, that's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know? Child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Stop! No, don't touch that! Aha! That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over here just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to stall you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ah! Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. It's driving me potty. Oh, yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo? She really knows how to get what she wants. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote a new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the onslaught of public safety infringements. They could be the first to develop some new technology and makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so that any theories the brains have remained their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because a new high-voltage special dispensation for scientific equipment act forbids it. I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, as it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Investigation Team? Now any fool could see this heap of scrap metal is a sham to begin with. Just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork. We can't do a flaming thing with it. Oh, Gregsy. He's very het up, isn't he? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me out of sunshine? It's a special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes. I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
Yes, he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for the great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets a rubber stamp, there's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day in this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
Now, you'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions.
If they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
The scientists get funding.
Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't I? Hang science! Hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point. Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he's at university with someone we both knew. Lord Van Zieks.
Ah, what's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zieks manages the prosecution, then, as the accused, the professor's fate is
sealed. Because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The victim in this case, the investor, Mr. Osman, he was another of the Reaper's victims. Or so I heard.
Lord Baruch Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a fair, thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
If that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if no one killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind.
Your what?
He said it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what that was?
No clue.
Really?
Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourselves elsewhere, eh?
Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a look around the machine whilst we can, I think.
Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get struck up myself, you hear?
I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims?
He asks, Looking totally incredulous, give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all the bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. We can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the annoying, obstructive flaming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is.
Oh yes, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything? I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched a teeny weeny bit. Greg Z, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship, you're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
He's gone off with it. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Dr. Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy.
There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Renault. I do wish I can go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I've written especially. See if I could get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu master ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh, well that's dull. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chanmage top knot I could introduce you to. Chanmage, really? You think I could have my picture taken with him, do you? Assuming he's recently recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Gotta tell you about that one, Rinosuke. There's a story. Okay, just give me a quick second here. Okay, there we go. I had like a random runny nose this evening. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident would have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? That all we have to say about this? Oh, balloons. So those are the people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Bruno, please. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee, the thing won't plummet to the ground. I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little.
Can I go back downstairs from here? Am I done here? Maybe I gotta just exit to a different location and come back. You have nothing more to say to me? Yep.
Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it has something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at some small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Rito.
Crystal Tower. Certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition. It definitely is, being so tall with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like that ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently.
Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum.
But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
Thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in the balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. So that will take us back upstairs, I don't want that. Maybe we need to go talk to the... Oh, wait, what's this?
Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just there.
Dropped or hid.
What is this?
Some part of the machine that exploded.
Maybe it could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Like how we said we wouldn't touch anything, and we just got our law license back, and we're already breaking the rules.
Bruno, listen.
What is it?
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life.
Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment.
He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is where you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket. Madame Tussbells. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
That's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo.
Madame Tussbells. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating, but then... stranger things have happened. When they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of him. Wait, let's have a look at this first. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. You have nothing to say about that, Iris. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fight arrows with a huge amount of force using this device, then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. So that's all there is to it. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right, it's sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyoto archery training. So, in case you can't tell, Madame Tussauds is basically named after Madame Tussauds, the famous wax museums. I've actually been to a Madame Tussauds wax museum before. They're pretty cool, and the first one opened in London in 1834. So they changed the name of it, I guess, for the sake of Ace Attorney, but that's basically what it is. But what is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked? What? Wax models? Ah! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called adiposaire. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, adiposaire doesn't form readily, you know. It only forms in... Ah! What now? I've just remembered something else I read. In another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. Must be seeing things. See the security guard here? When I went to a wax museum once, there was a security guard I saw, and he was talking to some other customers, giving them some instructions, and then I saw him, when they went away, he stopped and froze in place, and he pretended not to move. I guess he was pretending to be a wax figure. And then my parents came by, and they were like, "Oh, look at all the wax figures, blah blah blah," and then they looked over at the security guard, and I didn't want my parents to get jump scared, so I was like, "Oh, by the way, that's not a wax figure. That's just a security guard." And they were like, "Oh, no, but he's so realistic." And I'm like, "No, I literally just saw him move. That's a real security guard." And then some other people came by and they were walking past, and the security guard, sure enough, was like, "Ooh," and they were like, "Ah." Very funny. People who work there probably need some way to pass the time. It's the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here. Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. Just move, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on this face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner if you'd seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes. I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me! But Bruno has something he needs to ask you. A question. And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. My great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Well, thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed! In many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? You can know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks, what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? You're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion it is related to the matter of which you're come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. But back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit. Okay. Let's examine the scene a little bit first. Is it an example of Western Tsujigiri? I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test a sword. I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Runo? There's that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned. Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that. We do in English too, you know? It's a step ladder, or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started. I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Again, if you've played any other Ace Attorney games, that's a reference to every game has a little part where Phoenix and Maya usually argue about whether a ladder is a stepladder or not, or whether they're the same thing. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. That's how Hurley gets away with making himself a temporary exhibit for the day. Maybe there are other people posing as exhibits in here then. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people, and when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Just thinking about it makes me wish it were closing time already and I was on my way home. Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of those waxwork models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Runo, so stop scaring me. Is it a wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Point that arm now and see how it feels. Objection. Oh man, my runny nose. Go away, come on. Is this some infamous murderer? Yes, called Jane the Ripper, and all her victims were young women. So Jane the Ripper, of course, they're referring to Jack the Ripper, and I think the scene here is referring to Camilla, or she has multiple names. The Countess who killed young ladies for their blood. I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding the knife. Surely a sign of a murderer. Or Elizabeth Bathory. Yeah, that's her other name. Elizabeth Bathory. Well, yes. What's the matter, Runo? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. What is this place? Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened up this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. That's just one of the several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite some margin, is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course! Visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. The people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So the hideous exhibits in here are... they're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer at one of the exhibits, or one of the displays, and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. Push comes to shove. I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or does his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust? And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person. I'm sure you know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. Something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly climbed up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? And what is she wearing? Does she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we... Sholmes, do you know that... Not again. My apologies. I am Esmeralda to Spells. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You? You're the Madame to Spells? Bien sûr. Though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madam in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before, about something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious, I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? I love, Madame Tuspel's musical theme, too. They talk about this one in the developer blog. One of the things they wanted was to make her theme distinct was the scratching of a stick across a waistband. With that that you hear in the background of her music here. It's quite good. I like it. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing life-likeness. All these waxworks really do look as if they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people in which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary life-likeness. Is that a secret though? Because you just told us. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight here. Come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. What's the situation with, that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, well, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these sparse exhibitions need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. More words to that effect? Huh. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. More words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment, due to unforeseen circumstances. So he came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, can I ask you something? Bien, sir. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah! Oh, that was you. There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not now? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Hey, welcome to the stream! Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is a Tuspel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Ah, absolute no. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Ah, I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprising. The waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however? Is that portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? That's juror number 1 from McGilded's trial, I believe. It's not the first time we've seen a juror outside of their trial, an unnamed juror. Like in case 5 of the first game, we saw the maid lady inside the stereoscope. There's a few other jurors that we make little cameos here and there. Well then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor, is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from your humans. So, allow me to present my 2 conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in the special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah! She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madam Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so heavily from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madam Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200. No! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is this portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around with your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying, for the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. Oh, the name John Clay is also a reference. It's a character from the Red-Headed League, one of the Sherlock Holmes novels. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particular unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! A telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. Or perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not. Yes, the waxwork he sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit and not a moment too soon. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. She's ready to throw down. Now I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley, you have. You've obviously upset the young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. The notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottermole. Ottermole is actually the name of a character from an actual story. He comes from a story called The Hands of Mr. Ottermore, The Hands of Mr. Ottermole, where in that story the serial killer disguises himself as a police officer. So he's making reference to an actual story. Sorry? There was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. It turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It's a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages if that puts things in perspective. So, it's quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright, to make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tussbells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxwork, even for 200 pounds. Oh? She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money I would. It sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tussbells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is... It's just the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness in abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is this portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who the man is? We could just ask him when he comes round. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Haley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt he suffered a shock. That much seems certain. But in that case, what's Madame Tussbells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. This is just Madame Tussbells' right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I clearly see your left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look! Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean... It's made of wax.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but close inspection reveals that in fact, it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It's the hand of a waxwork model. Oh my god, that was big! Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. He confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. The question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tussfell's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Well... What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder, where his arm should be. Ah, well that settles it then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off, from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Well, of course, that ties in what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a wax model. Ah, but you... Your reaction is only confirming my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! A telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? He was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Gyakut's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is a special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole, really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. Look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. He seems to be fast asleep, though. He's not tapping his foot consciously, then. So you mean... It must be a twitch. Never mind that, the point is, waxworks don't tap their feet. Or twitch. Look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? I don't believe it. It's a secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if you're trying to go unnoticed. Ah, he must be a detective in disguise as a policeman. Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman. He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though. Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris.
Take that!
The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madam Peswells? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. Then, what's his tag on showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you could deduce from the very beginning, Detective. So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. The Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes, they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all, but if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway, your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. Really? You were impressed by that, madam? Really? It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it were indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically it was. Then I would advise you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. And after I have told you what I know, I must insist your return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Give me a quick second, I gotta blow my nose again. Okay, let's talk to Madame Spells here. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found a ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So, this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. Oh, right, I forgot to bring my model back. There we go. The killer who left the most profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time. That Baroque Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying... So, the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. As you surmised, it was the professor case. Who is this professor, then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... wait, of course. What Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh! It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zieks. No. I don't believe it. Van Zieks. I'm sure you could piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involve you coming to visit me here. Oh. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Osmond. I just can't. I still can't believe it could have happened. Tomorrow the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. And I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Baroque, are you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course! I fully understand. Thank you, Baroque. Until tomorrow, then. I shall see you in court. Well, that's the investigation for day 1. Okay, we'll do the trial, part 1, and then we'll be about halfway through this case. Again, this is the longest case in the entire duology, but in my opinion, it's my favorite case. It has the best characters introduced. I like their musical themes. Very interesting plot as well. So, let's take a 5-minute little break, and then we'll get right back into it. So, see you in 5 minutes. Thank you so much for coming to the stream, too. I hope you're enjoying it. Alright, and we're back. 5 minutes passes by pretty quickly, doesn't it? Especially when you're rushing to gulp down some water and grab a quick snack or something. Okay, so now we're on to the trial. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is that... Are you... Herlock Sholmes! Indeed, sir, I am he. Herlock Sholmes! Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Ah yes, Rance magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventures of Silver Blaze was wonderful. And I believe that's actually the name of an actual Sherlock Holmes story, The Adventure of Silver Blaze. Ah yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the Speckled Band. Well, thank you for coming. Or, that was me. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No. The waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged in my services. Ah. So you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. And of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely. I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? And I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yes, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how can an experiment that have no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Reno. Chin up. You can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? No. I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you. When you find out what it is. Huh. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's a riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice. What's more, I'm without Susato-san today. Ugh. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say, I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Osman. Mr. Osman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court, prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed, by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But then 2 days ago, on the 21st October, Mr. Osmond met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution, the fact remains that Mr. Osmond's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm most grateful to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar who defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
Well, we have to listen to what's said on both sides, defense, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
How old are you, miss? Jeez, look at her go. You hear like a little bell ding when she finishes one row. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer otter mole lookalike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Who's better, the old man that can't hear anything or the policeman that's always asleep? Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today is tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. And though the death toll could be far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, The dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, all the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks. At the heart of this incident is a technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of society's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. And the technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location, where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it. That's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity. My goodness, how shocking.
Ah! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What's rot? Order! Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention, built on his new hypothesis, to take Mr. Osmond's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was a carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear, but you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Vice Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harebrain, the scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I have to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. And what you demonstrated was incredible, alright? It's an incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, that was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Osmond. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, The defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it, my splendid machine! My poor, splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? That being the case, how could the facts be established? How can it be possibly determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry? Me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How could he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to be an affront for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower has a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I really would have liked to heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large, round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? And this is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Osmond was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Let's have a look at our new evidence first. Oh right, I never examined this. There's really nothing to see, right? It looks like layers of thick canvas with with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. When applying Mr. Sholm's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. The charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Maybe not. Autopsy report. Coroner, Courtney Scythe. Details of victim. Name, Odie Osmond, male. Age, 47. Nationality, British. Time of death, 21st October around 2:20 p.m. Cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced his heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations. A broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from an impact after a sudden fall from considerable height.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which highlights something else about the whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? You calculated it yourself personally. Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only, you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated even I can make a mistake. People fall for that brazen confidence. I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Osmond was wearing at the time, I suppose. Crackling comments! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. 3 must be for safety third.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I had to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? Too right. Obviously, at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case. You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips if you don't mind buttoning every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Did he just break the 4th wall there? The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that is the cause of death. Right. That's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it?
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere, thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Ah yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it? Aha! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew? Of course. Nah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother, Michael, is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? Order, order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is a murder weapon. Great. This is blood. Mr. Osmond's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. What grounds do you have for saying that? Ha! Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Osmond, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on the stage with the victim could possibly have done it.
Scott! Excuse me!
Professor Harebrain, you have some information that may be relevant here. Professor! Ah, sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's latest remark. Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Osmond as you say.
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
But surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool.
Ah.
But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see? Not once.
True, I didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor.
That was a great counter-argument. Wow, a defendant is actually kind of useful, for once. Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hollow chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Huh? Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Baroque. But I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not. Here's to you, Smash!
No.
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course! Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir!
Where are they going with this?
Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
Objection!
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend. Even on your side of the world. Yes, but what about the screwdriver? The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for a Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been still on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Osmond. And it was found still lodged in the victim's chest. Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude the testimony given by the sport cannot be relied on. Lord Van Zieks is stumped.
Hold it!
Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. Come on, Hairbrain, stop. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Osmond's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Thanks, Albert. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the points just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Osmond was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see! We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain. Yes. Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Even Van Zieks is kind of like, Albert, why did you do that to yourself? Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hold it!
And yet, your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know? Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is the scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. This scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So Lord Van Zieks really did have a friend once. I didn't notice hell freezing over.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage, in which Mr. Osmond was placed for the kinesis. Ah, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by the instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It fits perfectly with the mathematical model. Well, the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir. Someone beat me out of this nightmare.
Hold it!
You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Osmond losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that. No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Osmond? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I've only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project. And the research grant, of course.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Osmond in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. Oh, that's so cute. A little booklet that says science. That's a scientific journal? Good gracious. I should need new spectacles.
I might have an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. But Mr. Osmond read the paper and came to visit me in my tiny little laboratory. And offered you money to help fund your work. Exactly, that's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Osmond provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the three of us produced that fantastic machine together. The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all of the side of things. Mr. Osmond took care of it all. He was a wonderful man, really. I owe him everything.
Hold it!
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction? Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer. Little remains of your creation now, though, following the explosion. Repair will no doubt be impossible. Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Osmond and I toiled over that machine for so long, we poured our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe, that's only fair, because what happened was an accident. That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Yeah, the guy's wearing metal glasses, so those definitely got transported, so that doesn't make sense. Just, oh, my runny nose, go away, please! It was behaving itself for a bit. Okay, there we go.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Osmond is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't... That's not... Metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the scene. However, your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome. You should also have predicted the metal-rimmed spectacles we found in the same place. Gah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. In that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. His hair looks kind of like a cauliflower, doesn't it? I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something in here, my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4. Go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it?
In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. And I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? You make up such a daft rule.
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Should I object? Sure.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Duh! If the government was foolish enough to deem this man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year.
I could live handsome on that. I could live handsome for that much for years.
The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
No. I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Baroque.
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed murder is the accused.
Baroque.
Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zooks. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? That would be what would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were once occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no postage. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Okay, I think we can keep going. We just had a break less than an hour ago, so I think I can keep going.
Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start!
Sorry about that.
But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dratted explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
I should say the same to you. You've been undermining me. Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh. Oh, no. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
While we're on the subject, what about Baroque? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you?
Ah, yes, what?
The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved.
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with a firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to begin in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor of the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Seems like Ryunosuke's at another crossroads like he kinda was at the first game, after McGilda's trial. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. His name is a pun because if you just take the first part of his name, Bal, and his last name Loon, he's Balloon. Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage. I like how his hat has like a flame inside it. Not dangerous at all, of course.
My name is Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ordenstein. I have come to see the Great Expedition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
This guy's name, we call him Gotts for short, but his full name is actually the name of a character from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. He comes from the adventure called A Scandal in Bohemia, and that's the name of like the king of Bohemia in that story.
I'm very rich.
Kinda cute.
Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees.
So those of you that might be joining us a little later, we encountered Gina earlier, and since her last case, she has since joined Scotland Yard as a junior inspector of sorts, studying under Gregson.
I was on security detail at the exhibition, and got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, again, she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like we were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you don't fly too high, can ya?
60 feet. About 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
There's this huge bang for the stage, and the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage! It fell from the sky like a stone, and it crashed into the crystal tower.
Now, I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Gosh, changing between all these very different voices. Most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The bird cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before my eyes visited the person inside. The blast was so hot, I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money.
Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip. Visit my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that?
Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like.
Oh yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Osmond on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people would pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month? That's in my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck. I got up in there for free, I did. Play the old, I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I had too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clearer picture of the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right, I can feel you in there, my lord.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air.
Yup. Ain't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force so we go flying together.
You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything. We saw everything, because we were above it all. A dodgy cove climbing into the cage, and a dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's what it's happened. That's when, was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You were describing the movement. The subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ear. I look around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Excuse me!
Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use your full name.
Yes, what was it again?
Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ornstein.
Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oh, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah, there was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure.
Which is what I said, isn't it? One moment there was nothing, the next a massive explosion.
My teacher at elementary school says that someone else is speaking. If you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy?
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
Eh, you what? I never saw nothing like that. But I did, I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council, I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie, that is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the skies that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring.
I think you mean bored.
Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo, is it very wrong to lie?
Lie?
Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Madai!
I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Here you are, your highness. Well, it seems like those two made up really fast. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. And did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? Oh no, I did not see the explosion myself, however...
Hold it!
Did you see that it actually happened? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now.
Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear.
Oh, good night to those of you going to bed. Thank you so much for coming to the stream. Hope you enjoyed it. Take care. Sleep well.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Eh? Use your head, Otto. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I?
Right.
So cause I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I could tell ya. Amazing.
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the stage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits.
Keep it put together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time.
Objection!
Oh, is that what I needed? That last statement would seem to be odd somehow with the evidence. It is your task, counsel, to explain the somehows of the court, not the other way around. It just seems to jar, though, don't you think? What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes. Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Okay, I know it's this statement, It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon next to ours at the time. Well, it must be this thing, but I tried presenting this and it wasn't. But this is definitely a piece of that balloon. Wait a second, this diagram... They keep showing it with like an empty balloon when they talk about it, but it's not here right now. Is that what I need, the diagram? It must be. It's not the autopsy report. I don't have much evidence anyways.
Objection!
What? That last statement would seem to be odd somehow. Okay, this is the same thing. I don't think I need the crossbow now, though. It's not the screwdriver. Maybe do I need to repress them on things so that they react again? That did happen in the past, but...
Hold it! Hold it!
Because he added this to his testimony, so I feel it has to be this statement, but maybe it's Gina's. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then next to us, another bang in the sky beside us. Cage, it fell into the crystal tower. Okay, that's fine. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours. Okay, but I already presented both of these. It's not the crossbow, right? Let's see. I need to examine this again? I already did that. Yeah, there's a check mark. I don't think it's a crossbow though now. I just don't want to present it and lose another point, but it's so annoying because I know what I'm trying to say, but I just don't know which piece of evidence they want. Let's see. Maybe I got it presented on a different statement. I think that's what it is. I think what's throwing me off is the fact that usually in Ace Attorney, whenever anyone amends their statement, it almost always is the one that you have to do, but because in this case that might not be it. Let's try presenting it on someone else. So he's saying his balloons were not damaged, but I have a piece of one. So maybe I present it on him instead of on the boy. See, that always throws me off. Like every time you immediately get a new piece of evidence or someone amends their testimony, it almost always is that piece, and I use that as a gameplay mechanic, but maybe sometimes they're throwing me off.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Gosh. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be... see, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the balloon, of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon? That is a large round part of the balloon, which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip it when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, the green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! If a balloon exploded that day, why did the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience, how awful. It seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar! That person's died in a balloon incidente! There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it! Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You're saying it's impossible. Why? And this court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
We can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about the other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative we clear up this issue of the phantom balloon, I fear. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you're operating at the exhibition. Getting tongue-tied here. Grassy, my lord. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe! It But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? Coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on stage. This stupid ragazzo was mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. If he saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war, all out war. What happened to all out war? Mr. Loon clearly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact the testimony and the evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you will now cross-examine the witnesses.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe. Signor! I might not notice I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? And I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made, then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What? Me? And I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. Huh.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That's just like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright, and a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Huh. That must be Italian for, I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. My lord! I do not permit smoking out of cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion! I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons are exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff off the ground, me. Always works out way better. Diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Oh, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with it if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and the surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the old Coles who were watching the experiment were caught in a blast and injured. Good job the old contraction didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing, niente.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that came to be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park, operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date, unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Oh, someone's throwing a fit.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master William Gottsridge Sigismund Ornstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is evidence? To give a simple explanation, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? I had not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemia exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment, did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that, can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see I'm not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera! Oh, he lost his balloon that he immediately just bought. Wah, wah. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Wah, wah. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure.
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right! Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See! They are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. Ah! I know nothing, niente! I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See! The competition trying to steal my profits! I did not notice because of the experimental that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Osmond was beamed from the stage below. Right. So them scraps that fell to the ground after, and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. This court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? I'm surprised we haven't had a summation examination yet, actually. No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it?
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right, yeah! It's not my fault.
Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, You will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is...
Take that!
The timing of this photograph could only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed. Even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? I find it so funny when they say man at the end of their sentences, especially the judge in Baroque, because, like, of course back then when they said man, it means a little bit of a different connotation, but here, like nowadays when we say man, it's like, hey man, how you doing, man? Wanna come get a drink with me, man? Like, it's entirely different.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? Blimey, you're right. The streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition! If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nepalese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. If the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. What was the balloon? Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or... Goodness me! Now I understand. That's what the sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine was disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground. causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage, in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Osmond. How lucky we are that we always have a jury member that seems to be in the know of whatever incident we're investigating, right? And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Osmond must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
And that balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases, such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force could be altered. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. Not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means the victim, Mr. Osmond, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Oh, great. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts, thank you. Professor... But you can't stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please! Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Osmond. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Order! 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 Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If If you just let me, I can prove... Baruch! Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So, please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. It's impossible, but it's an impossible one. I have to give something up. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's, what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But what are you? Hiya! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time for talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what can I protect? Professor Harebrain! Yes! Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course! And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Osman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we both must pursue now. My leg! So you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Baruch! Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall. Taller than me, and thin. Thinner than me, with straight hair. Straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me too, a monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify that man, you see? I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right, Mr. Osmond introduced him to me 1 year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber is also the name of a character from Sherlock Holmes. It comes from A Study in Scarlet. Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tricks. Some acquaintances of mine, with experience of such things, have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Osmond and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was that finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Gosh, that's such a long name for an act. Reading it out loud is so annoying. Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zieks. My lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Jebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence. The defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Jebber was really up to, I mean, and about what he was really constructing? Naturally, that machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future? Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see? We made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Sato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Alright, and there we have it, the first half of Case 3 of the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Are you liking it so far? I did mention this is my favorite case of the duology, and I think the characters are probably the most interesting ones we've met so far. I think Albert Harebrain, he has his own musical theme. So did Madame Tuspels. She had a really interesting theme, and we haven't seen the last of these characters yet because they haven't appeared yet in the trial. There's still a few more characters yet to meet, like Enoch Drebber as well, so look forward to that. The next half of the trial is a bit of a doozy, isn't it? And with that, we'll pick this up tomorrow. Thanks so much for coming to the stream. I really appreciate it, and hope you enjoyed it. I really appreciate having an audience watching, and I like seeing your reactions and your responses to all the things happening, because this game's incredible. There's a lot of twists and turns, and funny animations, interesting characters, all sorts of things. So, with that, tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific, we'll pick up the second half of Episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Then on Saturday, we'll take a one-day break and then resume the game on the Sunday after that. So, with that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much, and take care.